Man, hit me with a whammy as soon as I go live. That's so rude. So rude to hit me with a whammy as soon as I go live. No whammies? Alright. I got tea going. I got the water refilled. Yo. I don't know what's up with this music, man. I knew there was a reason why I didn't watch this. Anyway. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It is G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Wilczewski Experience. This is going to be episode 818. It's my birth week. Yo, we moved on from the birth month. Now it's the birth week. Don't you worry about it. You know what I mean? Just keep sending me cake. Just keep sending me cake. Just keep sending me cake. What are we doing? We're gonna pick up where we left off, man. I don't know why these graphics are such a struggle with the streams. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I'm not drawing. Well, period. I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I'm not drawing. Gotta respect the process. Yeah, I don't know how long I'm gonna let this music vibe, because you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't think I'd rather risk a whammy. I'd rather risk a whammy than this. I mean, I don't know. What should I play, chat? Play something else. Okay, I'll just play something else. Just anything else. Okay. There we go. Usually doesn't fail me. Pimp don't fail me now. Whoa. Here we go. Let's see. Whammies? Whammies? Whammies. Whammies? Whammies. Where are we going? No whammies. Alright. Cool, now let's do this. Dang. Yo, did the did the audio pick that up? That's crazy. It's crazy if the audio picked that up. Yo, my tea is on one, yo. My tea is on one. Oh yeah, this that ain't gonna work either. It might. It might. It might work. Okay. That. What if I did that? What if I did that? Yeah. Oh, come on. Stop doing that. Just doing a little Photoshop work real quick. So if I did that and it gave me that, what happens if I just do this? There we go. Alright. So now if I did this. And why are you closed? Why? Yeah. Why you all? Yeah, why does this look like this? It's supposed to be that view, so why are you showing me a different view than the view I have selected? Hold on. There we go. That fixed it. Alright. Nice, and it keeps those. Okay. Now I'm gonna do this. Let's just do it. Oh, that's so rude. So rude. Is that nasty? Alright. What about you? What you giving? You gotta give me more, right? You gotta give me more. Give me more than that. There we go. That's like 1 for 1. I might be able to make that work. Is that all of them? Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Ah. That's not what I wanted. This doesn't make any sense. Uh-oh. You know what? I'm gonna delete you. Let's try that again. Let's try this again. Right. Right. Okay. Okay. You should be I think that's the same thing. Was that like 100 colors? Yeah, why are you 100 colors? There we go. So that's what that is. That's interesting. Whoa. I see. I see now. Yeah. Yeah, it's not coming back this time. Okay. So disappointing. So then, I wonder what happens if I just let that ride. What happens if I just let that ride? Let's grab this. Grab that. What can I do? What can you give me? Yeah, see, that's kind of like stuff I was thinking. That's kind of like stuff I was thinking. I might need to switch it up a bit though. But I like it. Let's see. That's actually a little bit better. That's actually better. There we go. See, that still gives it like that graphic look. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and see, that's basically just that. Just in a direction. Yeah, these things are always fun to play with. You know what I mean? Box of chocolates and all that. Yeah, see, I was always thinking about something like that, or like that. That's not bad right there. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? So we kind of just open with these. So we just kind of got those. Alright, so I can make those. And now these, I'm going to want to do something different. Now, what can I do that's different? Is that what they do? I wonder. You know, what's so frustrating about these old cultures is like, you know, how much is lost, you know? Like, we get the rocks just because the rocks last the longest, but like wood, plants, fabric, you know what I mean? Like, all that stuff kind of like disintegrates over time, right? So it's a wonder. So it's always a wonder as to what like those perishables were like, you know? Every now and then, like, you know, they'll people will get lucky and find like an old ore, or like an old, you know what I mean, like an old coffee maker or something like that that got like little old bits of dried up old scrap coffee in it, and then he'll be like, oh yeah, this is what they put in their like, you know what I mean? Every now and then you get coffee, but it still doesn't say anything to has everything else that's perishable around it, you know? I often think about how much old civilizations, despite having structures, must have moved around. You know what I mean? Like, kind of traversed around the land. You know what I mean? Maybe rotating around the land with the seasons, things like that. And how much perishables there would be in their cultures to you know what I mean, pack up and go and migrate en masse, you know? Okay. So I gotta do something else. Yeah, I can't do that. I gotta do something else. You know, like I would, like pyramids, any pyramid, not necessarily like the Egyptian ones or anything like that. Like, did they have like wood sticking out of them? Did they have like banners, you know, set up on them? Did they have like flags or tents? You know what I mean? Little pop-up shops. Like, did they build off of things? You know, but all that stuff is perished in a way. Okay, so I'm just kind of like, alright. Yeah, those don't help either. Alright, let's just start making these. Let's just start making these. Alright, so I think this should be good, considering the size of this image, and then considering blinking and winking on me. You know what I mean? The size of these little narration points, and the size of this pattern. Now you can see what I could do with it. See, like, if I wanted, depending on however many narration points there are in any particular chapter. Right now there's not even all that many, but I'll probably get better at it as time goes on. I think besides the ones that I already have set up, which are only in the top two rows, there might be like maybe like one or two other spots that may have some sort of a narration point. But with that narration, you can kind of see from here like how big all those narration boxes are. And then I can make a box like this, and just as easily, yeah, you can see the repetition. Not the greatest seamless pattern. You know what I mean? Let me see. What do we have this on right now? So you can see, like, as I roll this around, like, but you can see the repetition in it pretty easily and obviously, you know. But fortunately, like that, on top of the scale of these, like, you'll never see the repetition in one of these narration boxes, you know. So that's a good thing. Ooh, I can use that for that. I can use that for that. Ooh. Okay. So yeah, just like the ha 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 pattern that I have. Where is that? Is that right here? Yeah. Just like this ha 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 pattern. You see, like how it's like pretty seamless. Like, yeah, you can kind of see a repetition, but you know, for the most part, it's pretty good as far as, like, you know what I mean, not being able to like really spot out like where the seam is. You know, just being able to spot out a repetition is a side effect of seeing a seam in a pattern, which is something you know what I mean, for the most part you don't want. But now with that part said, let's go ahead and do this. How do I want to do this? Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Right. And same thing with you. I don't think I need that one. Didn't I have a fourth one? Yeah, where's that at? Or are you not the same? Oh wow, you're different. Why are you different? Oh wow, you're different. What's going on there? What are you looking different? No, you should be the same. You should be the same. What's going on with you? Okay. So now, if I hit that, there we go. Alright. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know why. That's the thing with gradients, man. If you don't like eye drop things, all of a sudden you can have the same setup, but it'll be like, nope. Nope, we ain't the same. You know, sound like me. Sound like me when I go and tell somebody, like, nah, we ain't the same. Ooh. Alright. Was that like this one? Yeah, I don't know which ones are which ones anymore. I guess it doesn't matter, huh? Everything's already the wrong scale. So I just need those two. I must have not screenshotted it from the right. From the right distance. Yeah, I like the way those things look. I like the way you look. I like the way you look. Ooh. See, because here's the thing. Here's the thing about this. This is what I like about it. You know what I mean? The pattern is already like way larger than it needs to be. So any repetition won't be seen. But I can apply I can apply like any color and it'll give it a read, you know what I mean? Can you see what I see? Yeah. So that's what I mean. I'm just flipping through single colors, not like throwing gradients over it like I plan to. You know, a subtle gradient. But that's what separates me from the rest of them and the best of them. Is that subtlety. So yeah, you could see like yeah, I like this. There we go. So yeah, these things looking like this, it's different enough for me. We got green, we got orange. Is it coming back? You're not coming back. Here. Let you stare at that sticker. Go grab that tea. you gotta forgive me. Oh, we're back. Nice. I didn't stream yesterday just because I was getting ready to stream, and then out of nowhere, like, stomach ache, massive headache, just both at the same time, and I was just like, oh no, it was something I ate. Like, you know what I mean, that feeling when you're just like, yo, did I eat something bad? And then you're just going through everything that you ate, and you're like, yo, did I eat something bad? And then my stomach was like, rah, rah, rah. And then my headache was just like, and it was only getting worse, and I was just like, yo, I ate something bad. I was like, dang, you know? So I just thugged it out. I was like, alright, I haven't had an excuse to watch a movie in a minute. I put on a movie. I watched one. I was like, yo, I'm surprised I was able to watch it. I finally watched Nope, that Jordan Peele joint. Put on Nope. Good movie. Like obvious. You know what I mean? I can't even really remember anything about like how it was received when it came out, because it came out like years ago or something like that, right? But I'm a fan of Jordan Peele's movies. You know, I got what's it called? Among Us? It's not called Among Us. Us? Yeah. I got Us. I got the other one. What was the other one called? With the therapist. Therapist, not therapist. Get Out. There we go. I was like, In and Out. I was like, no, it's not that one. So I got Get Out and Us. Is it called Us? I feel like it is. But then also Nope. I really dig the simple titles. I still haven't seen. I think he did that other one, right? Candyman. I think so. I still haven't seen that one. But Nope was one of the ones I wanted to see for a long time. Yo, I love Steven Yeun. You know what I mean? So I was like, all right. Like, finally, I had an opportunity to do it. Stomach ache, massive headache. I'm all fetal positioned up. I'm just like curled in a ball, and I put it on. I'm watching. I'm you know what I mean. I'm laying on my side in all fetal position. I got one eye closed because the headache is just too much. You know what I mean? And then I'm watching it with one eye, so one eye open, right? And I'm watching the movie, and then out of nowhere, like my whole stomach ache didn't go away, it just got worse. Like, you know what I mean? Like the stomach ache expanded to just like a whole body ache. And I was just like, oh dang, I ate something bad. Like it was like, oh man. Like I be prepping food, so I'll be like, I hope it's not anything I prep because I gotta eat it again tomorrow. Like but nah, I'm good today, so it must have been one of them one-offs, you know? Just one little angry molecule on something. And so even when I was just watching one with one eye, my whole headache like shifted from the back of my head to the front of my head. Started watching the movie, went one eye on it, and then when I went one eye, like the headache shifted to just the one eye half of my head. And I was like, okay, so it's an ocular headache. You know what I mean? It's like related to something I ate, but it's like one of those ocular ones. So those are the ones I always get. Anytime I get a headache, I'm just like, all right, go to sleep, because your eyes, you know what I mean? Your eyes are like, so I gotta go to, you know what I mean? I just gotta close them for a long time. And, you know, sleep is just a side effect of trying to get rid of a headache. So I watched Nope. It's a good movie. I don't even think I was all that spoiled, because I kind of remember people talking about things. And I kind of remember, not, you know, the spoiler alert, like I kind of remember like people talking about like one of the gimmicks was like the alien operated off of being looked at or being seen, you know what I mean? And that the way that it functioned when it got active, it shut down electronics almost like a EMP. So like electronics would go away. Like it was all really good because it like explained that whole avenue of like people trying to like get footage of aliens, but you can never get footage of it. And then it's like, okay, it explains that. And then also like it shuts down power. So it's like, oh dang, so there's like some, you know what I mean, gamma radiation type stuff going on. Like kind of makes sense when you have aliens coming in from anywhere, you know what I mean, from outer space. Like who knows where they came from? Like they're bringing something with them, right? Kind of makes sense, you know. So cool. I think I almost kind of remember someone saying that the spaceship itself was the alien, you know what I mean, which I thought was an interesting concept. And then you know what I mean, but still everything was still a surprise for me because I had never seen anything, and I long forgotten the trailer. I kind of just remember like, you know what I mean, it was Buddy from Get Out, and Stephen Yeun from Walking Dead. So I was just like, you know what I mean, say less. And then good movie. Like I haven't had an excuse to watch a movie in a long time, but you know, stomach ache turning into a whole body ache with blazing headache, one eye on the movie, headache just moving around. You know what I mean? It's funny, I was looking at the cinematography of the movie, and what makes Jordan Peele such a good director is the fact that his direction, like his shots, his actual cinematography, the shots that he chooses to use and that he keeps in the movies and everything, they're all well placed. I don't know if I've ever watched a Jordan Peele interview, you know what I mean? I've only ever seen like quick clips of memes from his Key and Peele show. I don't even know if I ever watched a full episode of Key and Peele ever. So I'm not really familiar with him. Like probably the most Jordan Peele I've ever seen is whenever he's on stage at a video game show. He's probably only been on stage at a video game show like once or twice. And that's probably the most action I ever got with Jordan Peele. I know he's got that thing with Kojima coming up. And you know what I mean? I think it's great because the guy has good direction. Like, what I mean is I could see the storyboards. Like I could see his storyboards, and even the concept of the alien spaceship being the creature itself. All of a sudden, it's like, oh yeah, I guess I can kind of understand like some alien coming from another place, and in this other place maybe they all do kind of act like that aliens seem to kind of operate almost like an amoeba in a petri dish, you know what I mean, like a single cell, double cell organism in a petri dish, like you know what I mean, them little germs. You get a petri dish, you get a magnifying glass to have to try to see it, like it operated like one of those. And I was like, man, I can't imagine a planet that would develop aliens like that. And it's so interesting that it was I mean, just the way it operated, you know. Interesting stuff, you know, and it was probably done for like cinematic purposes. It was probably just easy and less cheesy than you know, the spaceship light beam to like abduct people. You know, the typical alien saucer, and it has like the light that shoots down, and then you know the cow gets like sucked up into the spacecraft, and then you got like the little aliens that like the operation that it was, well, kind of like the mouth, I guess, you know what I mean, the mouth, and then instead of having like a light beam that sucked up, it just kind of like a vacuum. You know what I mean? Like kind of just vacuumed things up. And the setting itself, you know what I mean, was also fitting, because then the setting, instead of having to do some sort of like lighting tricks in either pre-production or post-production, whatever, you could have like these dust ups, and that's something that you could film naturally. You know what I mean? Like you can create a dust up, I'm sure. You know what I mean? Film one of those. You can get like an actual dust up footage, and you know what I mean, composite it in to a shot, you know, make it look really natural. And then there's still posts where you can, you know, digitally graphic it up and seamlessly blend it all together to have that effect work, where you don't even see the abduction necessarily. Like all you see is the dust up, which like spoke to the setting, which I was just like, man, this is an excellent setting. You know what I mean? Like you're out in the middle of nowhere, it's hiding in a cloud, so it's like, okay, or it is a cloud, or like I remember when I was watching it in the beginning, I was just like, oh, so it's a cloud, but then you kind of see the spaceship shape, the saucer shape, and I was like, okay, so there's physical matter there, so I wonder what the cloud is. And then, you know what I mean, like you ultimately end up seeing what it is, right? But the idea that the saucer itself is the living being, and that its mouth is essentially working like a vacuum, you know what I mean? The dust ups, you don't see the abduction. That's why that one shot, which I'll be honest, I had to watch it twice. You know what I mean? I watched like the first half, and then I passed out, watched the second half later. So the first half of the movie, like literally split half into the movie. Halfway through the movie is the scene with Stephen Yeun putting on his show. And then the second half of the movie is after Stephen Yeun put on the show. So I remember I fell asleep the first time watching it, at the part where, you know, like Stephen Yeun putting on the show, and then I didn't see anything after that. Yeah, so it was the perfect moment of like everything pre-showing what the monster is and post what, you know what I mean, starting to reveal the monster more and more, you know. It's like a 2-hour movie, so it was about 1 hour in that happens. So it was like well paced as well. But, you know, speaking of like the Stephen Yeun scene and the abductions and the dust ups and everything like that, just good effects, because you can create that if you have a shot, like when you like do a close up on someone's face and they're looking up and you got like clouds of dust going around them. You could just, you're out in the middle of the desert, you know what I mean, as opposed to being in the city, being in the jungle. I mean, I guess at the beach there's a lot of sand, so you know what I mean. Like there's all of that. So it was just like a good setting to be able to have like a saucer, flying saucer abduction without having to like show anything cheap or super fancy. It looks super natural. And it's like, yeah, you could do dust up natural effects, and then you can kind of like easily throw in like actual dust up footage and, you know what I mean, composite in post-production, blending in the digital and the actual footage caught, and just get like really great shots. It was on the second watch, I must have been like kind of already fading out when the abduction happened, and when they all get like launched into the saucer and you see all the bodies like getting like launched in, and then the gravity catching them, and then them just kind of just being like that weird shot of like inside the saucer. I was just like, yo, this is a really good movie. And I kind of wasn't even like caught off guard really by the saucer being an alien, because once I realized it and that's what they were saying, I was just like, oh, I now I remember hearing about that, so this is what they meant by that. You know what I mean? Which was funny because they had the kids play as aliens, and you're like, what's going on here? Like, but even better, all those shots were done so well. You know what I mean? It's like I was able to see and understand everything. The only thing that I thought was like a bit much, but you know what I mean, like maybe characters are just smart, was the you can see my stomach has still been recovering today. Earlier today my stomach was still going like rah, 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 like I don't feel nothing, but you know, whatever, excuse me. But was just them figuring out the nature of the alien, like, oh, it's a predator, we made it angry, da da da. Like, I would have not figured out any of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like don't look at it. Like, it was just the part of looking at it that kind of got. I'm like, man, how are they figuring this stuff out? And I get the whole horse wrangler angle. The guy handles horses, so he has like this in tune understanding of animals, non-verbally, where it's like he kind of like sees just the way that the animal is in order to understand how the animal is, so they can kind of get that reading. So I was just like, okay, like I'm getting it, I'm seeing it, and that's just another good angle of like everything just worked out so well in that movie. The horse, the ranch, with the horses, the setting. Such a good movie, And then I didn't even know that they made non-electronic cameras, because I was sitting there watching it and I was kind of getting hopeless. And then they had that one character that was like this super duper director or some sort of kind. And in the latter half of the movie, you kind of, starts getting involved. And I was like, yo, I'm guessing it's a real thing. You know what I mean? Like, that was the one thing I was like, oh, dang. Alien in the cloud, all day, I could do that. But, like, a non-electronic camera, I'm like, how do they do that? Really, really crazy. Because I even think about, like, the first cameras. And you know what I mean? Where they have, like, the setup and boom, and it's all either sepia tone or black and gray. And, you know what I mean? People didn't even know to smile in pictures back then. Like, they just kind of like took the picture of like the it is what it is. Like, this, me and my family, we just standing there like this. You know what I mean? And because people didn't know how to react, like people didn't know what to do. You know what I mean? I wonder when smiling in pictures became a thing. It must have been like advertising. Must have been when like advertising became a thing. To sell people something, it's like, smile in the picture, media train. And but yeah, so that was super interesting to me, that the hustle of the sister character, and how they found that guy with that camera, and then their ability to capture it, and him just going off and becoming a complete nutcase. And after they got what it was that they were looking for, it was like he was like, I'm out. Like it was so quick, it was so unexpected, it was so like, come on, dude, really? But that's funny. Like, that's funny. You know what I mean? Like, you got this guy, he was that crazy, he was that nuts. Like, he goes, y'all don't deserve the perfect shot. And then just took himself out. Oh, this is so funny. You know what I mean? So immediate. Like, that's something that you miss in movies nowadays too, for the most part, are like these characters that kind of come in, they make a very strong impression, and then they're out. You know what I mean? You're just like, what are they gonna do now? He was the guy. Like, he didn't come in until later into the movie, so the story's building, the characters are adding up, and you know what I mean? Set of skills. They are not built for this, and then they get the guy, and they're doing the greatest thing. They achieve the goal. It's like, boom, we're here, and then it's like he's out, and it's like, oh, and then he's out for the most ridiculous moment too, or ridiculous reason. He's just like, man, y'all don't deserve this, and I'm crazy, and then he goes out like a madman. Like, dude, great movie. Like, everything that was set up also had an answer to, like, you know what I mean? Like, looking at the thing, and by looking at it, that's when it, like, gets you. With the wacky inflatable flailing on tube man and the other character, like the whatever store character, and like that whole thing of like looking at it on purpose, not looking at it on purpose, looking at it accidentally, not looking at it accidentally, like all of those situations were in the movie, which is good, and they were all quick. You know what I mean? Like, I was just sitting there, like, seeing it happen, and I was just like, okay, so, you know what I mean? The story is telling everything, where you're not really left with anything but, you know, any questions of like, well, how about this or how about that? Like, all the scenarios played out, you know, despite the fact that a lot of the action was in the second half of the movie, second hour of the movie. You know what I mean? That's just like good story and good build, where everything is like a slow burn in the beginning, but a good slow burn, you know. And then like I said, that Steven Yeun performance, and then everything just kind of like upscales from there. You know, Chekhov's gun with the well, before I get to that, after they take out the dude and the alien like begins to transform and like get bigger, and it's like, whoa, and the alien starts to like kind of really show what it is, kind of like when an animal, like, I don't know, like the dinosaur that has the frills and it goes like it does that thing, or like bugs that have like that extra like wing to try to like make themselves look bigger. You know what I mean? Like all that stuff kind of like when the alien started to go from being just a flying saucer shape, this compressed thing, to like kind of unraveling and opening up and still not being able to see the shape, more or less. You know what I mean? Like they're still slow burning you, where the alien essentially had like 4 forms, maybe 5. You know, if we go with the cloud, that's 1 form, and then you have the saucer, that's 2 forms, and then you have like when it started to unfold and unravel, you didn't really quite see what it was. Like you were like, is this what it is? Like, oh man, this is a crazy alien, but I don't know if I like that. And then that's 3. It's the whole like unfolding itself process. And then when you start seeing it like after that, and it's like really like on full alert, like it's going to the main characters like, yo, I'm attacking you. You know what I mean? Like we're doing this. And I guess the only thing that they had on their side was like, just don't look at it, which is the craziest thing. You know what I mean? It definitely does have something to say about you know, I don't know anything about quantum physics. I just know like when people say something like looking at an object changes it, like that kind of makes sense to me. Like when you see something, then that object is placed, and when you don't see it, that object isn't placed anymore. You know what I mean? Like those sort of like kind of understandings, I can kind of like vibe and mesh with that. So it does kind of, even though that's a wonky excuse, because now you got this like, you know what I mean, warehouse-sized alien that's attacking these 2 people, and it's like, yeah, it should just like take them out like Godzilla, you know what I mean? and but it can't. You know what I mean? But then it's like, okay, so there's something going on here. Wherever this alien comes from, it's operating like an amoeba in a petri dish. You know what I mean? And it operates off of something, and it's like maybe that thing is just like, while it's a crux that it can't like attack you without you seeing it, it's also like a thing to say like, well, maybe that has something to do with its understanding of being able to travel from one planet to another planet. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't stop thinking about what planet that thing must have came from and how all the other life forms must operate. Because after it started to unfold itself, and then you kind of see it for the most part, and it's like attacking them, and you kind of see it's just kind of like hovering towards them slowly, like taunting, threatening, and they're like trying to avoid looking at it too much or sounding off too much in order to get its attention, in order for it to actually, you know what I mean, finish them off. And you're kind of seeing it. That was another thing that I saw, where the shape of it, when it, like I said, like its fourth form, you know what I mean, and you started to see the mouth, like, you know what I mean, like the special effects started really kicking in with the mouth animating the way that it was, you know what I mean. It was really crazy. But I was like, this thing is like a fabric, you know what I mean. It's like it's like this living fabric, you know what I mean, like those little petri dish, little flat amoeba type things. This thing is just this flat disc, but then now it's like this, but it's pretty flat. It's not like inflated like an air balloon, but it's like flat, like it's a laundry hanging off of a line, you know what I mean. So it still has this kind of petri dish animal type like feel to it, and it's so thin that you can believe that when it compresses itself into that flying saucer shape, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense, you know what I mean. And then when it unfolds itself, it just thins out, so it's like paper thin. And I was just thinking about the flags, all the flag that they put on the fake horse, and how that was almost like a signifier earlier in the movie when it like ate the fake horse and it had the flags on it. I was like, man, how much did it go after those flags? I would imagine there's probably species on the planet that it came from that probably looks like a row of flags. Like if that thing looks like a fabric cloth, you know what I mean, just kind of billowing in the wind itself, like other species on its planet must look like fabric in some form or format, like a flag waving, you know what I mean. So when it kind of announced itself in the middle of the movie, at one point you see like those flags that were on the fake horse kind of like floating in the air, and I was just like, man, how much did it want those flags as much as it wanted that fake horse before it realized it was a fake horse, you know what I mean. It got mad about that, you know, it got caught the bait, and it figured out that it got caught by the bait, you know what I mean. Like, it's like, I just thought it was so cool seeing it like that, even though I couldn't make out what it was, you know what I mean. It was just like this billowing kind of ethereal shape, right? And it's just like, it looked cool, but also what it looked like a child's sketch, if you know what I mean. Like if you asked somebody, if you asked a kid to draw an alien, and then they'll draw something real quick and be like, nah, draw it like a little more, like it's angry or something, and then they, you know what I mean, they just draw it in 2 seconds where it's just scribble on paper. Like that's what it looked like. It looked like that, with like all these like holes in it, almost looking like sharp eyes, you know what I mean. And it's all moving, and it's angry, and it's making the sound and everything like that. And then it's all the dust up below it, so you have all this dust up happening, and then this thing flowing in the wind, and it looks angry. You know what I mean? Just the shape of the holes in this like kind of I don't know, like I said, like hanging laundry look that it had. But I'm like, man, I don't know what this is, but it looks crazy. But I was starting to think about those flags earlier, and I was just like, man, I wonder what all the other aliens on that planet would look like. It's probably something like a petri dish, you know what I mean? And it's just a really big petri dish, kind of like, you know, the MonsterVerse and everything like that. How big these monsters in the MonsterVerse, like Godzilla and the new King Kong, how big all those animals are. You know, King Ghidorah and all them, like these giant kaiju monsters. Like how big they are compared to the planet, like something like that. Like the planet is more of a petri dish to them than it is to us. Where, you know what I mean? It's super big to us. And then, so that was his fourth form, and I was like, that was the final form. I was like, all right, I guess, you know what I mean? Like I feel the whole, like the spaceship, like unraveling itself, and the fact that it'll gain size, but it'll lose mass. Like, I liked that. You know what I mean? And I was just thinking about how it looked like a children's drawing, and I was like, man, I wonder if Jordan Peele, like, I don't know if he has kids, but if he had, like, a kid, like, draw an angry alien, you know what I mean? And it just ended up looking like scribbles on the page, and then he was just like, I'm gonna use that. You know what I mean? Like, this is what the alien looks like. And then he kind of figured it out from there. You know what I mean? So how do we go from flying saucer to alien? Is it going to be an alien that's in the flying saucer? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. And then he just like I said, I never watched an interview, so it'd be interesting to know the process at which they, you know what I mean, before the movie was written or anything like that. Like, when did he kind of decide, like, okay, this is how we're going to do it, and this is what it's going to look like. And then you get the final shot at the end, where it's like, you think that the movie's over, or at the climax, when the guy who takes himself out is getting the shot with the non-electronic camera, and you're like, this is their footage. I think it spit it back out. Maybe it survived, maybe it didn't. I don't know. Probably not, right? But then when they actually get the shot with the Chekhov's gun with the well, it was set up so well, right? Stupid, set up so well. But like, it was a little nothing in the beginning of the movie. I kind of didn't even like it when I saw it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, a photobomb, and it didn't even put the two together. You know what I mean? Didn't even put the two together. They are trying to get a picture, and there's this picture-taking well. Didn't even put the two together. Just like way in the beginning of the movie, forgotten about it, and now here we are at the end of the movie, and it's like, oh, this is in play? Like, how is this gonna work? Because you can't, you gotta get it. And the whole setup, how they actually got the shot, and then you see the shot, and then that's the one time that you actually see the alien, like that you see the alien in its form, and it's beautiful. You know what I mean? It's something like a butterfly. I don't know, but it makes sense. I'm like, okay, so this alien, it's a predator, and it's like a butterfly, but it's like a butterfly that can put itself back in its cocoon shape, and it could like fly and hover in its cocoon shape, and then it can fold out from its cocoon shape and be like the butterfly that it is, and then go back to its cocoon shape while still being able to maintain flying and hovering and all that other stuff, which is super interesting. You know, like I said, it's something to do with size and mass. Like, maybe that's why it was a fabric, so that way, like, gravity didn't pull down on it, kind of like surface tension. Like when you see bugs that can sit on top of water, because the water's tension is lighter or heavier than the bug itself, so the bug can land on water. Same thing, like that alien. Like, maybe the reason why it can hover is just the atmosphere itself. Like that's why it can sit in the clouds. Maybe it's only as heavy as a certain sized cloud, but all clouds are floating in the air. You know what I mean? So it's like, man, so size and mass of the alien, it being something like fabric or fabric condensed when it's in its like cocoon, like you know what I mean, flying saucer shape. And I was like, this is crazy. It is such a good movie. It was such a good movie. You know what I mean? Because it goes from a flying saucer, right? It goes from a cloud. I thought that was hilarious. He was like, yo, so I've been staring at that cloud for 6 months. I didn't even know it. Like, dang, you know? It goes from a cloud to a flying saucer to this unraveling. And it stood in that unraveling form long enough for that to be like, oh man, is this what it's gonna be? Like, I can't see it, I don't like this. And then you see it, and it looks like the scribble drawing, like a kid's scribble drawing with like all the dust up happening underneath it. And then you get the shot of like the undershot of this thing like operating. So it looked like a petri dish, like if you see like one of those organisms just floating across a petri dish, the way it moves like that, that's what it moved like. You know what I mean? You look at those bugs that move on surface tension. If you ever played Zelda Ocarina of Time, I forget what stage it is, but there's a stage where there's water, and then I think, you know what I mean, they have the bugs that sit on top of the water, and then they just kind of like move and slide across the water. You know what I mean? You kind of got to hit them with the slingshot. I'm pretty sure that's Ocarina of Time. How it moves like that. It's like a butterfly, but it moves like that. I was just thinking about Ocarina of Time. I was just flipping through Twitch. You know what I mean? Like I got ADHD or something. Look at me, self-diagnosing. I'm G Dr. Drew here. And I saw somebody playing Ocarina of Time, so I stopped for a second and I watched them for a second. And dude, that game is so good. They were still early on in the game, where they were at the Hylia Lake. I always called it Hylia Lake. They were at Hylia Lake before it drained, when he's still a kid. So, you know, maybe, you know, within the first quarter of the game or something like that. And the sounds in that game were so good, because like I'd be on Twitch and I'd be watching a lot of people play a lot of things, and you know what I mean, I'm just in there lurking, you know what I mean, I'm lurking, I'm smirking, you know what I'm saying. And I watch a lot of games, and it's absolutely nostalgia that hits, you know what I mean. It's absolutely that. But there is a little bit more than just nostalgia, because I was just listening to it. I was listening to just the minimal music. They had the slingshot, the sound. You could actually hear like the slingshot like stretching, like like you know, just the chonk you get when they're cutting the weeds, collect the coin. Like the sounds in that game were so good. Just the audio in Ocarina of Time alone, it's better than anything else I've ever heard, because I just heard it again, and I've been like listening to all these other games, you know, dialogue, music, all that stuff, you know what I mean. Like you hear them and they're not bad or anything, just personally, like nothing stands out to them. So maybe it is heavy on the nostalgia, but I don't know, man. because the sounds were so clean, crisp, clear, even though there's multiple things going on at any moment. You know what I mean? The footsteps aren't annoying. You know what I mean? I'll watch people play a game and you can hear them walking. You can hear the footsteps. I was watching somebody play Control the other day. Control, the Remedy game. Great game. I enjoyed it. I didn't play it. I watched somebody play. You know what I mean? I was there for the story. And because I was just like, what is this game about? Because I knew somebody that played it years ago. They said it was really good. And I tried to learn about it, but nothing ever kind of hit. I just knew it was, you know, girl, brother, powers. Like, I never really kind of got it. And then Alan Wake 2 came out. And then you learn, like, oh, okay, you know, Alan Wake, American Nightmare, Quantum Break, Control, and then Alan Wake. Like you learn about that whole thing. The only Remedy game I ever played was Max Payne and probably Max Payne 2, and those games are great. I love them. I love them. PS2. Shout out to the PS2. You know what I'm saying? Greatest video game console generation ever. I was watching somebody play Control the other day, and there are moments in that game where there just seems to be extraneous running, and Ocarina of Time has that as well. I never got annoyed at the footsteps in Ocarina of Time. Whether you're in a dungeon and you can hear your footsteps echoing off the wall, whether you're out in the field and you're just like running in the grass, and you can, you know, when you're running on a hard surface, it's a little bit more like sharp sounding. When you're outdoors in the grass, it's a little bit softer. You know what I mean? Like, I was watching Control, and I noticed myself getting annoyed at the steps. Just maybe it was a lack of music. I don't know. But like getting from one area to another, solving things, taking out enemies, all that stuff. And it sounds ridiculous, but like I noticed the steps like when I watch somebody play Resident Evil. Like you can hear like the steps is like the sound to the steps is like a thing in that game. And then same thing with like Control. But Control was the first time I was just like, I'm getting kind of annoyed of hearing the steps. And I don't want to like talk bad about the game or anything like that. But there was just a moment, I don't know, maybe 3/4 of the way through a playthrough where I'm you know, the steps were just kind of, I was just noticing the running around. And I was just like, that's weird. Why am I noticing that? But going back and thinking about this, I think I just saw the Ocarina of Time play. Like I said, I only watched for like maybe 60 seconds. You know, maybe 2 minutes. I don't know. But the sounds were just so strong and so good, and I guess well balanced. Like I don't know what it is, but I kind of want to go watch a video. Like I gotta watch 2 videos, right? I gotta watch a Jordan Peele interview, see if I can find anything. Him talking about Nope and the alien specifically, and then I really want to know if he had like a child draw an alien on a sheet of paper that just ended up looking like a bunch of scribbles, and then he turned those scribbles into like this fabric kind of quasi butterfly cocoon monster. You know what I mean? Like I definitely want to like try to find something like that if that's out there. And then 2, see if anybody has like a breakdown on video game sound design, but really specifically about like Ocarina of Time, because like it had to be the nostalgia. It just had to be the nostalgia. But I'm recalling all of the sounds, the hook shot, you know what I mean, even the bow. The bow had a different sound from the slingshot, even though you replace the slingshot with the bow and they kind of like operate the same. You know, the the ammunition for the slingshot sounds different than the arrow, you know what I mean, from the bow. And it's like, man, like just thinking about the sounds, I was just like, I never really noticed it. I never really noticed how good the sounds were in that game. I always, you know, you always remember how good the music is because you got to play all of the songs on the ocarina. Hey, ocarina. Like, you gotta, because it's a song-themed game, you know, you pay attention to the music a lot. I never really paid attention to the sound. And you kind of think like, well, it's an N64 game. The sound is probably not that strong, not that great. You know, like compared to today's technology. And it's like, man, I don't know, man. Ocarina of Time, the sound in it might be one of the most well-balanced audio listens in any video game ever. And it kind of makes sense since it is a music-based game. That, because they really focused on the sound and the music, you know what I mean? And it, what was it, just the four C's, the 4C buttons to play any song? So you know what I mean, they only had to kind of set that up and kind of, you know, apply the whole like A string, B string, G string, F chord, whatever, like all, like to get those notes, those 4 notes. I don't know if there was more than that, but maybe that might have been the element that they got somebody who's really good with sound and they applied it across the board, and that game just sounds great. That game just sounds great. I can't even really think about another game that has a music bass theme to it. Plenty of games with good music in them. And then there's plenty of music games. You know what I mean? Like Rock Band and, you know, Dance Dance and all that other stuff. Like there's plenty of music games. And then there's plenty of good music in games, kind of like what I got playing right now. But man, just those 2 minutes of sitting there watching somebody play Ocarina, I had to get out of there because I was like, I could just sit back and watch this. I was like, I could just sit back and I could just watch this and not do nothing. But I'd be busy. I'd be doing things. So I was like, yeah. And I had to, like, you know what I mean, move on. But here I am still thinking about just those 2 minutes and all the sounds that I heard just in that Hilly Lake field area with the slingshot, with the grass, with the coins, you know what I mean, with the footsteps, with the music. And I was just like, dang, that game. Greatest game ever? I don't know. It's got to be up there. It's got to be up there with some of the greatest games ever. I'm sure parts of it haven't aged too well, you know what I mean? But for the most part, that might be one of the greatest games ever. Didn't they kind of start the Z trigger locking system in that game? Did video games have like a locking system before that? I'm trying to think. Like shooters, you had like arcade games where you kind of had to aim. You just had to aim the reticle. Huh. I mean, maybe Mario 64, unless they both released at the same time. If Mario 64 came out before Ocarina of Time, maybe Mario had a locking system on it. I can't remember. I don't think it did. You kind of had to run around clumsily around an enemy and then position yourself and face the right thing and then kind of hit the action button to like grab Bowser's tail or grab the big bomb and throw it, you know, things like that. Maybe there was just a camera change button, but not an actual Z targeting system on it. Man, I saw I saw somebody playing Ocarina of Time, yo. That is such a good game. That is such a good game. As long as you don't soft lock yourself in that one area with the hook shot and the Scarecrow song and all that other stuff. Man, I did a playthrough of that game and I soft locked myself because I couldn't remember the Scarecrow song. I was like, dang. You know what I mean? So I couldn't get the hook shot in the red dungeon. Oh, I was so mad. I was so mad. Yo. Ocarina of Time might have the best audio in the game. Might be the best game. I don't know. You know, another game that I saw recently, I seen a couple playthroughs of it, was the there we go. Tactics, because I have a Game Boy Advance, and I used to have Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on it. I don't know what happened to that game. I don't know where it went, but I used to have it. Dang, that game looked good. And that game was kinda, I know I was on a stream recently talking about like pixel art being used in a 3D manner. It was during the Sony watch along. I forget what episode it is, but it's the episode that I did the Marvel colors. So you know what I mean? Go back a few episodes, look for the really, really poorly drawn Marvel superheroes. But I talk about it on that one, where I was like, yeah, these you know, graphics in games and what could be done. I like kind of like where I see things going because, or where I see things could have gone had we not gone so hard down the fidelity route. Not that the fidelity is bad, but if we had less people focusing on fidelity and just focusing more on kind of creating with what's already there, you know what I mean? Let the fidelity people try to figure out, you know what I mean, how to make graphics all extra real. And then when that happens, then go ahead and make your game look extra real when it's kind of like a little more commonplace. We just had so many people aiming for that, where like things started to take a back seat. Games with simpler graphics started taking a back seat. I mean, one of the last games I was playing, I never even got to finish it because my PS3 crashed on me. You know, red light. My PS3 gave me the red light. One of the last games I played was Castle Crashers, and Castle Crashers was like a breath of fresh air. I think at the same time they made the Turtles in Time remake, with 3D graphics, which was kind of cool, you know what I mean? But it still had that funky, like, not so great 3D look, and had somebody just tried to remake Turtles in Time, but with, you know what I mean, the old style, but just update the graphics to HD, like how much better that would have looked. Than the PS3 era remake of Turtles in Time. Yeah. Yeah, like Castle Crashers was one of the last times. Well, one of the last experiences I got, like one of the last games I played that had a, yeah, let's check this out. Tight. Yeah, see, you can't barely see it. Try it. There we go. See, you can't make out that pattern's repetition. Super dope. That was the right setting, right? It wasn't that one, right? Yeah. Yeah. Tight. Hmm. Dang, is this what I want to do? I mean, let's go this way for now. Hmm. I really don't like this thing, man. Why is it always such a headache? Okay. Oh, dang, this isn't what I wanted. That's not what I want either. Okay. So. I can't believe they won't let me just save those settings, man. What does that mean? Is that what this is? Man. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to figure out these brush settings so that way they could be less annoying to me. I don't think this is helping. I don't think anything that I'm doing right now is helping. You can't see the... Is that what we're doing? Yeah, this isn't giving me anything I want. So, where are you at? Is that you? Is that you? Oh my god. Oh. That is not what I'm looking for. Huh. Yeah, that's a lot, man. That's not what I was looking for at all. Come on, brush tool. Like, why can't I just like have this and use this? Like, the worst part is like the eyedrop tool don't even work. Like, I can use the brush tool and then let it just give me whatever, you know what I mean, whatever like caca I want to give me, and then like eyedrop what I want when I'm done. So, you know, select eyedrop and then kind of just let it be cool with what I want and do it that way. Like, the eyedrop tool don't even work with this brush tool. Like, you have to actually go in and physically with the V tool. You can't even do it with the A tool. With the V tool selection, go in and manually apply apply the setting. And it's just like, why? Why can't I just have the setting like this and then brush tool it up without the setting going back to default? I don't even know what this is. Oh. That's in order to make that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. What are you? Here? Yeah, that's not what I wanted. That's close to what I want, but man. Alright, so that's not it either. Why can't it just give me this setting and say, like, this setting? Don't move from it. Now move forward. Now proceed with doing the art. So annoying. That's why it gives me those. It's just because they're the default setting for those. Definitely not what I wanted. Okay. Wait, so if that was already set there, then why is it giving me a headache? Why did it not? Okay. Okay, that's why. Oh, this is how they're mathing it. So if that's how they're mathing it, 4 point. There we go. I don't know if this is gonna give me what I want though. Let me see. You know, I love this brush tool. I just don't like the options. Like it just doesn't seem to want to work. Even that's a lot. That's a lot. I wonder if I did this. I wonder if I did this. And then just did this. And did that. And then hit this. Which one was it? Was it that? So if we do that, scale, okay. So now if I select that, and I'm just out here. There we go. Okay. I see. Oh, that means nothing. Alright. Okay. Okay. So what that mean? What is that? Nah. Get out of here. Oh, you're not even letting me get rid of you. I don't even want you. Oh, you're not letting me get rid of either one of yous. But you won't let me get rid of that one. So rude. Oh, now you're not doing it? Now you're not doing it? What just happened? Come on. Let's try it again. Oh, you're not doing it. I just made you. You were just doing it. I got you selected. The settings are set. I use you. You're not doing it. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh my God, you're doing it. You're doing that thing again. You're resetting the settings after I set them. You're working now. You're working now, even though you're not even set on the right settings. The settings aren't what I had them set up to be when I made the brush. Now the settings changed, but the brush is now doing. Get out of here. Get out of here. Delete, yes. No, let's just go. Let's just go. Hmm. Mm. Hmm. Oh wow, that doesn't even affect it, huh? That's crazy. Hmm. Okay. That's a problem. This brush tool is frustrating, huh? Okay. Alright. Mm. That's funny. Yeah, and this is what's cool about this, is I can take this and just move it around. You see, the pattern just always different. I love it. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? I bet that'll be alright. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, is it not that? Hmm. So it's still that. Hmm. That's so crazy. Hmm. Interesting. Dang, so it's only a difference of that, huh? So crazy to see, because these things are obviously different, right, when you're looking at the whole thing. But then when you're only looking at a fraction of it, then there's only, really the differences come down to just these. Really minor details. See, like, if I'm right, I'm also going to end up scaling these things up. So, like, I think this is the actual size of what this item is supposed to be. I could be wrong about that. I don't think so. Like, if I scale this... Oh, yeah, it's not the right one. I mean, unless it was only for this part, and all of this is the hang. So just for instance, when I do this, so it'll look something like that, right? And then when I scale it up, you'll see, like, it'll pick up more design stuff for the final final product. Mm. What are we doing? Hmm. Yeah, I wonder if I scale all this up is gonna go with it. Ah, it is. Can I? I can. Sweet. Hmm. Seriously, that's what we're doing. Ooh. Oh, dang. Oh, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Still. Still. Alright. Alright. There we go. Oh, that's wild. Now I'm gonna have to go back and check all these. Brush tool still got a kink in it. It's crazy. I still gotta go back and check all of these. Hmm. That's crazy. All of these. Why are you still doing that? Why are you still doing that? There we go. Okay. Hmm. So. Oh, dang. Why is that happening? Hmm. Okay. I was hitting the keystroke and it kept making like this spring sound. I'm like, yo, is that the keyboard? Is that the I got the keyboard on? Like, what's this noise? I don't know. That was just tripping. What am I looking for? Hmm. Hmm. Is that what I did? Oh, we're back to this again. cold in here. Dang. Hmm. See if that comes back. Yo, I'm freezing, yo. Looks like the sun go down earlier, it gets colder earlier or something. I don't know what it is. It's like, everything don't look like it's coming back. Hmm. Doing this again. Come on. Hmm. There it is. I'm sorry. Hmm. 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 Look at this. Oh, it's gonna have whammies. Yeah. Let's try this again. Hmm. 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 So that's just cycling.
Can't you see I'm blazing? Still my heart.
Hmm. 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 But that's a whammy, right? want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art. You know what to do. Buy all the merch. Buy all the Patreon. Buy all the OnlyFans. Safer work, kettlebell, functional fitness, none of the weird stuff. You know how it is. Love y'all. Peace.